Although I will say that my manager generally doesn't do any other tasks. I usually try to assign only the maximum or the minimum possible tasks. Why are you claiming pants from the trash pile? That's a problem. I mean, like, if they're not doing anything, just do this. We'll only do assigned tasks, then manually assign some things. If the only tier is insufferable? I mean, I've got things that I'll tolerate more than I'll tolerate others. So I don't know. It's definitely a tierable list. Would it have any value to anybody ever? No, not really, aside from making it easier for you guys to troll me. So I don't know if it would necessarily be beneficial. I would say it would mostly just make it much easier for you guys to troll me. So yeah, maybe I shouldn't make that tier list. I don't know if I should just give trolls ammo, you know what I mean? Not that I really get that many trolls. It's not too big of a deal, but... Voices tend to give you headaches? Voices aren't really the issue. It's more just ERP that's the issue for me. I like, especially when I'm watching Twitch streams specifically, I like people that are humans. I don't like people that are role-playing a character generally. Like, I don't really care what your avatar looks like, but like, if you are playing too much of a character, it does nothing for me. It's just kind of annoying, if that makes any sense. The Forgotten, and that also goes for things like, you know, Dr. Disrespect even. Like, it doesn't do anything for me. The Forgotten Beast, Sungoth. That is a cool name. Holy shit. Elbow Cod has come. A huge, hairy stegosaurid. It has a fat, bulging trunk, and it is ravening. Its eyes glow chartreuse. Its gray hair is patchy. Beware its poison vapors. Top 10 levers to pull. I'm like getting to Krendor levels of top 10 lists now. Okay, so that's sealed. But is... So everybody should be inside right now. And it shouldn't have a way in? About to get hit by an ad break. Well, gotta get to this. Why was I so comprehensive with this? Like, kind of screwing myself over here. Smolderstock. Sungoth Smolderstock. Are what you call farmer goths in the Midwest? I thought that that's just the name of Sun fans. Because they're pretty goth. I mean, they're doom metal, but they're kind of, well, drone metal more. That or I'm just a bunch of goth heads just like suntanning on the beach. Regardless, though, that's a cool name. It just sounds cool. It's pretty metal. I like it. Narrowly saved the fort today when an undead army attacked me with 10 minutes of beginning. I closed the front door off, but with walls, but it was close. There you go. But yeah, I don't know. I personally like When it comes to, can we get a top 10 list of things that I find insufferable? I think I'm just a lot more tolerant these days. Like, I'm certainly not perfect. Nobody is. I mean, there are still plenty of people out there who've had terrible first impressions of me, and that sucks, but I like to think that I'm pretty good these days. I've certainly mellowed out a lot as time has gone on, so. Oh, also, unrelated to anything, Part 3 of the no-clip Dwarf Fortress doc is out on Patreon for no-clip. It's pretty good. Pretty damn good. You're actually perfect? Aren't we all, though? And come on. So, this Forgotten Beast currently has a way into the fort. It's through here. So I do have to get the dwarves out of here. I can open this up. And I also need to go down... Oop, too far. That's annoying. It's probably going to block this. But I'm just going to do this the easy way. Lock the dwarves in here and just go all the way along here. Go up to here, lock all that. All that's still forbidden. You're carrying a platinum minecart. That's kind of heavy, Dwarf. Drop it, please. You're also carrying a platinum minecart. I'll just forbid that. You're also carrying a platinum minecart. I'll just forbid that. You're probably also carrying a platinum minecart. Yep, so I'll just forbid that. You're also carrying a platinum minecart, which I've already forbidden. You're also carrying a platinum minecart, so I will forbid that. You are, surprise, carrying a platinum minecart. Also carrying a platinum minecart. Guess who? Platinum minecart. And just before you thought that there wasn't more, another platinum minecart. All right, so everybody should just run indoors now. Run, dwarves. Run, 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 run. No, they don't. It's actually strength training. Believe it or not. Now I just get to hope that everybody's inside. Kind of seems that way. They do have pain receptors, actually. However, they don't have pain receptors for things such as, what's the word? Being caught on fire. There is no pain associated with being caught on fire, just a mild annoyance of choking on smoke. But most things do, in fact, cause pain. Okay. Still making steel. Still making steel gauntlets, breastplates, and other things. Should probably also jump over to here. Let's just slaughter all of the lambs. Let's go kid. Let's also slaughter all of the goat kids because they keep having large litters. So we'll have young goat meat and lamb. Delicious. Before somebody tells me that that's not optimal, I know. I don't care. I'm not the person who named them kids, okay? Don't you accuse me of this. Just like I didn't name peacocks peacocks, okay? Okay, that's plenty. Now let's see where that beast is. Oops. Let's find the new one again. Sungoth, there you are. Well, it tried to get into the fort. It's really keen on trying to get into the fort, but we're not going to give it the time of day. It's wrangling time? Yeah, one at a time, though. One at a time. So much precious coke on normal smelting. At the very least on this map, it ain't even remotely close to precious. I'm considering making furniture out of this stuff. Well, out of lignite, actually. So I just have so much of it, like it's actually kind of ridiculous how much I have. That I have like a 90 hours of, you feel like you just scratch the surface of the game. Allergen, I'll say this in YouTube chat. Enjoy it. that feeling of only scratching the surface, because eventually you'll kind of work your way past it. And I do honestly think that some of the most fun you'll have with Dwarf Fortress is that period of discovery where every time you play, you learn something new. And I think that period of playing Dwarf Fortress is awesome. And I kind of miss it to a degree because, like, you know, at this point, there kind of isn't too much more that surprises me in this game. So enjoy it, because that's one of the cooler points of learning Dwarf Fort is every time you play, you discover something new. And that is very fun. I kind of miss that sometimes. Miss that feeling of like, oh my God, that works this way kind of deal. You have 6 caravans arriving at the same time. Hot damn. That's a lot. A lot of caravans. You would need a lot of iron for that. I mean, you could do it. It would just take time. I make tables out of non-weapon and armor materials usually. Although I would be lying if I said I've never made steel tables, because I absolutely have. Absolutely made steel tables. It's a palace worth of caravans, a caravan palace. Well, they'd have to bring some mighty strange instruments to make music like that, though. Okay, so you. Hook up to that. And you. Well, whenever that bridge is done, hook up to this. Of course it's forbidden. Let's unsuspend that. Jump back up to here. Oh, one of these I made out of a different color. I guess I screwed that up. Steel tables are great for food prep. Oh yeah, no, totally. I mean, most restaurants have like some sort of metal tables. Very easy to keep clean. It's cheaper than silver too. Is there a particular reason? That's perplexing. So are we all just working on this too much? Oh, you're working on it, okay. Also, speaking of this, is this working? Maybe not. Let's rebuild that track stop. Heroes of Overtime, you'll guess here, I guess, is going to be the move today. This is going to be fun. Guess is going to be the move today. 3 hours of overtime is going to be... So you're going to work 3 hours of overtime today? Or you've worked 3 hours of overtime today? That sounds like a lot of overtime, but hey, you know, you got to do what you got to do. You will be working it? Well, Godspeed, friend. That's still assigned. Those are still blocked. Pull that lever. I really need to upgrade that to just have lava at the bottom of it, but just haven't done it. I just haven't done it. Nobody's dumping blocks? Come on. I think I'll just go to this one and set you as F8. I go there often enough, but F8's easy to hit. So is silver, in regards to steel being antiseptic. Is it outside of the burrow? Oh, it might be outside of the burrow. No, it's not. That's funny. Is this not in the burrow? Of course it's not. Also need to get that built one of these years. I'm waiting for the weather apocalypse. It's sunny outside right now. It's supposed to like thunderstorm tonight, and it's said that for the last like 5 days, and I don't believe it. Because it hasn't yet. You're a tornado alley, you're in hurricane. That's terrifying. Tornadoes spook me a lot. Apparently a lot of people here are really scared of tidal waves. I'm not. Because there hasn't been one in my lifetime, so I'm not too concerned about things like that. You know, fuck it. I'll just be lazy. Huh? I don't know what's forbidden there. But apparently something is forbidden there. Okay, well, that did it. Whatever it was. Let's just remove this. Go back to this. Do this. Okay. We're gonna take a... I don't know. Let's do another goat. How many have we caught today? We're up to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I'm about to catch my 6th. Prepping to catch the 6th. And its relative size, considering it's funny, because they're very weak and you don't get a ton of them. So I live on Vancouver Island, here in the city of Victoria. And while we don't get tornadoes, we do get water spouts very frequently. So, like... basically, it means it'll be kind of a brisk, sunny day, and it'll be breezy, and then randomly it'll start raining salt water. And it's like, not a cloud in the sky, but it's raining salt water. It's like, huh. All right, well... thanks, ocean. We get those, like, often enough that there's, like, signs in front of car waxing places with ads stating that you need to get your car waxed so that it doesn't rust from salt water. Like, often enough that that's a thing here. You're into cars and raining salt water is an absolute nightmare. I'm into bicycles, and riding a bicycle and then suddenly getting salt water in your mouth is just unpleasant. But I'm similar thing too. Like it happened to me once when I was riding my bike, and I like spent hours cleaning it when I got home. It's a bit of an exaggeration, but I did spend a long time cleaning it. Is anybody? There you are. You didn't think about cars? Yeah. I don't drive, so it's that's not a concern for me, but I mean, don't ever live on the ocean where there's wind. Problem solved. Okay, so we're about to try and catch this next one. Man, moods are, like, really recovering. And also, Corpse Man hasn't been tantruming as much. I mean, he's still haggard, but... and he has killed 5 people. But, like... on paper, he should be recovering. Extraordinary stress for the Horde. This fortress has had some pretty catastrophic sets of death all at once a couple of times. Which turns out ain't great for people's mental health. Okay, so that gate's open. Also, thanks for all the follows. Just a bunch of follows all came in at once. So thank you. I do see them, I just don't have a notification announcing them. And YouTube folks, don't forget to like the stream. Well, there you go. My cart's attack. Show up to work early, watch stream. Works for you. Works for me. Okay, so... Sungoth. Now that he's coaxed this far, the goat will still continue to be enticing. Now we wait. Now we wait. There goes one. Awkward. It's been pulled. Okay, there we go. Whew, that took like way too long. Follow me on YouTube and you were never able to make comments. Wonder why that is. That's weird. Well, welcome to the Twitch side of things. So now we're up to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6. We made it. So all your dwarves are super upset and won't get better no matter what you do, so you've decided on going to the fun to see how badly it ends. You could also do what I did with Godly Tombs, which is just topple every single tomb. And then just laugh maniacally as the ghosts take over and kill everyone. Brave browser? That's just Chrome, though. That's just Chrome with a fancy hat, which shouldn't be weird for YouTube, but it's odd. Unless you've got some other, like, strange protections running. But I don't know. I used Brave for quite a while and never really ran into any issues like that, per se, but... Okay, how many dwarves are without beds? A lot. Okay, let's do some bedrooms. I'm also just gonna, I think, do another row of bedrooms back here. Didn't I make some more bedrooms around here somewhere? I thought I did. I guess they were all just tombs that I'm thinking of. Now you're back to Brave. I'm using LibreWolf, which I actually really like. It's just Firefox in a fancy hat, but it's a very incognito hat, and I like it. It does have some odd quirks because it almost has too many security features. I liked Brave up until they started trying to shove Leo down my throat, and honestly, I'm good. I don't... If a web browser's like, this is the assistant, I'm like, how about you go fuck yourself? Because I don't like the idea of a web browser with an AI assistant built into it, because I am not an idiot, and I know how the internet works, and AI assistants make me feel dumb for using them. So the second Leo showed up, I was like, peace, nerds! Which is funny, because like the crypto stuff didn't bother me at all. I guess we all have our limits. We can ban the furry poster, too. Rhymes with Stan nicely. And no, I don't actually like Firefox that much. Firefox makes my skin crawl a little bit these days. They're a bit too corporate in the wrong ways. Non-profit or not. Made you switch DuckDuckGo? Joke's on you, DuckDuckGo has the same thing. Although maybe you can disable it in DuckDuckGo. Although in reality, if you actually want a web browser that doesn't, or not a web browser, if you actually want a search engine that doesn't have any of that crap, there's only one. There is only one. Made fried rice? Oh. What would you put in that fried rice? Although this thing ain't great for finding like a lot of stuff on the internet, but if you're trying to find weird information about something oddly specific, it's getting better. It's open source. You can go look at their GitHub. You can also watch them update it in real time on Discord, which is fun. It's also not using anybody's API, so it's literally just pulling. It's literally they're re-indexing the entire internet. So, you know, it's a beta. But if you go here, how do we make money? They've been given a grant and financial support from the European Commission for the next generation internet program. So they're getting money from Europe. The band, I presume. Bitwarden's nice, yeah. We're using the one that plants trees. I have a hard time believing that they actually do that with those sorts of things. What web browser did I say I use? Here, I'll link it, YouTube chat. YouTube chat asked, so I linked it. There it is, if anybody cares. Compatibility's thankfully not an issue too, because it also happens to be like just Firefox in a hat. Just waiting for these ads to end. And it didn't bring up any results. So this is why you need to go to their Discord and then tell them to index you. Or just go to their GitHub page and do it yourself if you're like talented in that way. I'll be honest with you, Shy Pandemonium. Adobe was one of the only things keeping me on Windows, and I'm very happy that I like dumped Adobe and don't pay for it anymore. Hyrax Cyraxius. No problem. Thanks for the second month with Prime. Welcome back. That name's a mouthful. Would I buff catapults and siege changes? I mean, I wouldn't because I don't have the capability because I'm not a developer of this game. However, Tarn has said that catapults and, what's it called? Catapults and ballistas need a rework. So I wouldn't do anything, but Tarn's going to do something, so sure? I guess is the answer then? I don't know what that even is, so sure, I'll say that's cool to humor you. But I don't know what that is, so it's hard for me to say either way, really. Let's just do a drawbridge. Oh, they're those things? I've heard about a rodent that is related to an elephant, so... Sure, I guess I have heard of those then. It's just like how everybody in Brazil laughs when I ask if they've heard of a pica, because apparently that means penis in Portuguese. But picas are a little rodent that exist around here at high altitudes, and they scream really loudly and they sound like Pikachus. I'm serious, they sound like Pikachu. Which is very funny. They also wake me up sometimes when I'm camping. They scream really loudly. And they look like this. Hold on, let me go Google a pika. These little fuckers. Not that, these. See if I can find one with its mouth open. Look at that little guy working so hard. They rotund units. They're also tiny. There's a really good photo that sometimes pops up on Google of one with its mouth open, and now I'm not finding it. Let's go sound, maybe. Ah, there we go. See? They're adorable. Screaming. Little fucks that wake me up while I'm camping. It's a unit. No, that's a... Is that actually a unit of measurement? I thought it was something else that sounds almost identical to that, but isn't that? I could very easily be completely wrong. Pico is the one that I was thinking of, yeah. Like the Pico 8, which is completely unrelated. Also, hi, Salva. How you doing? 20-year-old laptop gets white hot from DFs, so you just watch me play. I'll be honest with you. My laptop would probably do that, and it's not 20 years old. It gets white hot if you, like, load Chrome. So, you know. Don't actually do that, guys, because that's not linked up yet. Do I pre-plan my layouts? I don't pre-plan anything. I usually go into a fort with like kind of a theme or a goal, but no, I don't pre-plan anything. Slowed it to a crawl. I'm not surprised. Yeah, I can maybe count on one hand the number of times I've actually used Dwarf Fortress's planning tools. I'm not gonna lie. These kids that keep ending up on top of this thing playing on it are starting to bug me. Because they keep canceling the job. I used Opera in like 2014. I stopped a long time ago though. Can't remember why, but something about it just started to bug me. What is it about this game that makes it so intensive even on modern hardware? Same thing that any sim-heavy game is intensive on modern hardware. Sim-heavy games use a lot of CPU because there's a lot of math and calculations going on. Dwarf Fortress is no different. All right, I'm gonna be dumb for a second. Kiddo, please. Just go there. Thank you. I just want this finished. Oh, I see why these are getting canceled, because they can't actually get there. No, you can. What? I don't understand. Oh, wait, no, I see. I see the problem. I'm an idiot for that one. This one, though, come on. There we go. You guys follow Havoc. And I've been streaming for 6.5 hours. I'm going to go take a piss. And we'll be right back. I also moved my my baby tomato plants outside. Got tomato plants the size of your thumb right now. There's a lot of dwarves in here socializing. Look at that. You love to see it. I'm over here mega projecting, but hey, at least they're getting some socializing time in. And let's finish this well up. And then probably actually, honestly, just let these dwarves socialize for a bit. Okay, so you're done. Let's go deconstruct these. I mean, Dwarf Fortress isn't entirely single-threaded, but most video games are single-threaded, so it's not actually the best like place of comparison. And having spoken with the developers over the years, multi-threading this game wouldn't actually help the frame rate that much. At least not as much as people seem to think it would. But I digress. That is one of the classic things that doesn't matter how many times people say it. I'm not actually sure what's holding this up. That. Whoops. Well, that answers that. You dead? No, but you are unconscious. I knocked YouTube out. It's okay, they're fine. Nobody died, I don't think. I'm actually not sure what was supporting that. Oh, it must have been that. Duh. I don't actually think they can get down here currently. Let's just deconstruct all these. I just want to get this cleaned up and better looking. What's the main objective at this fort? Exclamation point goal will almost always answer that question with some exceptions. Let's move this grate by... Where is this button? There it is, floor grate. Floor grate and rock salt grate. Let's see, the other one's down there. Although, yeah, no, they should still be able to get there. This may actually not be in the burrow. It is not! Ha! Look at that. Why would it be rigged? It does not work on YouTube. YouTube doesn't have a bot in it. YouTube chat. Mostly because I'm lazy, and my bot doesn't have that capability. And I don't feel like using MooBot. Because I don't like web interfaces for things. You left out? Well, it is what it is. If you squint, you might be able to see it fly by behind me. Let's see how many more beds I need. A lot! Okay, well. See if you can make cactus booze. I can tell you right now you can't. Because you just need the cactus fruit, and then if you go to the kitchen screen, it'll tell you whether or not it's brewable. I'm pretty sure that Sangrero fruit is not brewable. Love them blocking each other's constructions. It's great. There we go. Now that's done. Go up here, dig that out. Just checking to make sure there's no dwarves in here. There goes our well. And finally, after all that goddamn work, I now have a well. That should be, hopefully, safe-ish from the problems that it had previously. Here's hoping. I don't, Crow. I set a goal and that's it. But I don't plan anything. Planning would require free time. Which, You're right, Dwarf Fortress should have Pikas in it, because that would just be funny. I wonder if a video game featured Pikas, if they would get sued by Nintendo. Because Pikas were one of the inspirations for the illustrious Pikachu, which is clearly the terms you use when a Pika sneezes. You know, I love reading this, Misplaced Optimism, because every single time this subject comes up, somebody starts talking about how you could easily do it. And whenever we are lucky enough to have Putnam in my chat, she very specifically explains why no, that's not possible and would actually make the game run worse and or break entirely. I'm not going to do it because I don't have the vocabulary. I can just tell you, I almost guarantee you that that's not possible. But please don't start spewing things like it's fact in a video game like this without the caveat that it probably wouldn't work in this case. You're a squirrel that inspired Pikachu. Bah! It's been quoted in several Nintendo interviews that Pikas the creature were one of the inspirations. So, fight me. It's not like they're actively working on the code base full-time as a job or anything, you know? Just some nerd obsessive, right? At this point, like, I'll bet you there's parts of the code that Putnam knows more about than Tarn, which is kind of a wild thing when you think about it. Oops, nope, that's granite, not the one I wanted. I think it's less of a they haven't tried it and more of a the technology for it didn't exist when the game started development, so like nothing is even remotely close to accounting for that, which would cause massive rewrites, is usually the layman's equivalent of what Putnam has said in my chat in the past. You're just amazed it runs? I'm amazed it runs as well as it does, because it used to run so much fucking worse. Like, that's the craziest part to me about Dwarf Fortress, is how well it runs these days. Like, I'm not surprised it runs. I mean, there's definitely been versions of the game in the past that have run like utter garbage, but Dwarf Fortress running is kind of, it is what it is. It's like the bare minimum. Okay, so I now have a drainable well that in worst case scenario can be emptied with the pull of a lever. that should, air quotes, be safe, mostly. And dwarves can even admire it from a distance. I'm not going to say a safe distance, a distance. So let's hope we don't have a problem with that again. Lever? Yeah, well, I mean, it could get pulled by a ghost. You're not wrong. So that's that. Now we got this. This is one of my favorite features of version 50 is being able to teleport to where the lever's connected. Like, oh my god. And what's funny is, like, that's just one aspect of it, Space Can. That is just one aspect of it. And let's go this way. And we'll work on that slowly. And slowly it'll look cooler. Yeah, it's almost always bones. Whenever an artifact starts and it's just idling somewhere, I always just check the... This is actually being done by a child. Always just check if they have bones. Dwarves can ride minecarts, yes. So dwarves don't use minecarts as a form of transportation. It is a job, meaning a dwarf that is currently set to be active in the military can't take on other jobs, meaning a dwarf that is actively taking part in military squad duties cannot use, push, load, or jump into a minecart. Also, if you were to get the minecart going fast enough to catapult them out, they're more likely to die upon exiting the minecart than they are to actually, you know, get out of the minecart and do what you need them to do. Because minecarts aren't used as a form of dwarven transportation and instead a job for civilians to complete, they're not really useful in a military sense in that way. Although I do agree, the mental image is hysterical. They just need a hardy hat? A very, very hardy hat, yes. Very. There's a lot of body bits down there. I think my next project, because I'm currently like removing cruft from this fort, is going to be very simple. We're going to bring lava to right here. So how do I get here? Yeah, sure, I'll just do it this way. Armored military with a sword pointing out. I'm sure somebody's made it work. I think what you would probably have much more luck with for similar silly things is just find a really scary animal that can be cage trapped, cage trap one and then stack like 200 of them in the same cage trap and then connect that to a pressure plate so that when a bad guy steps on said pressure plate, they just like explode and erupt and fill the area up. That probably would be more effective. And also similar levels of Lamau. Uh-oh. Oh, we found Arthur. Finally. How do you get rid of were monsters? Try and lock them in a room and pray that you got all of them. It's something you have to get ahead of when they start. Once it's started, it's very difficult. Lots of doors, lock the doors, cage traps. I think they might be trap avoid, actually, if they know where your traps are. Lock the doors. Very well-trained military will also do it if they have shields and are very good. But yeah, it's very difficult. Lava, yeah. Or just wait for them to kill each other off mostly and then arrest the last one. Trust me, it is difficult to get rid of them. Or go back to a save from before they started. And know there's no shame in that if you're new. At least I personally think there's no shame in that. Let's just say bed. I always forget to, like, not specify with beds. Trying to get all of these boulders put away. An ad's about to start. When the ad starts, I will pause the game and I won't unpause it until it's done. The ad, not the game. Take what we learned from the pandemic and do contact tracing with flight logs. Yeah. What do you see me using? Sweat TN Gaming. That's what I prefer. Very effective defense. Massive amounts of water out of nowhere. Bragging rights. Those are the advantages of the heavy aquifer. Tarn actually stated in an interview at GDC that he's never actually figured out how to get through a heavy aquifer, so I find that really funny personally. After all these years, this tavern is finally getting a roof. Oh no, those should be jet. Actually, no, that doesn't need anything. Well, I could keep, well, you know, actually I'll keep the jet exterior intact. I'll do it that way. Also, I was thinking about this recently. In RimWorld, a challenge that's really popular is no pause. And I was trying to think of like, what would be a decent equivalent for no pause for Dwarf Fortress? And there's something I kind of came up with, and I wanted to run it past you guys. I'm not going to do it in this fort because it's too late. We've been playing it for too long. But what are your thoughts on these words together? No alerts. I'm sure somebody's done it before. It's definitely not a unique thought. Of course it helps, otherwise I wouldn't tell people to do it. I get 50% of what I normally would get, or I get 50% of whatever a subscription is worth in your region from a Prime sub. I get 70% from a paying sub. So paying subs pay me more, but Prime subs don't really cost you anything, so just use Prime subs. Like if you have it. It's kind of like a free trial is the best way to think about it. You'd be spamming location hotkeys like a StarCraft player or pausing constantly. No alerts would be what I would think. Turn all the alerts off. Except for maybe death, because I think death is kind of mandatory. Otherwise, you'd just be staring at your population counts at all times. And I don't think you can disable combat alerts entirely. Full sense of security. Like, why are moods getting bad? Dwarf saw a dead cat. Shit. Be a lot of following dwarves and staring at what they saw last. I have no idea why there's an anvil there, nor do I know how that anvil got there. It must have come from a trader at some point that got toppled. Mm-hmm. Ozanthium, exactly. It's like, oh Jesus, where'd you come from? I don't know. I think that might be something to try at some point. What Fortress playthrough have you done that you would advise you to watch in your back catalog to get a better understanding of the layout and what jobs to schedule? I'm the wrong person to ask. I don't do logical layouts, and I don't do any complicated job scheduling. I do the bare minimum when it comes to job scheduling, so any of my playthroughs on my VOD channel. But I don't do complicated job if-then statements very frequently. The Dwarven Child has... I personally find playing this game perfectly optimally to be exceptionally dull. So, I like things to fall apart and collapse and break. Yushir, the Dwarven Child, has created Stella Dmamont, a rock salt bracelet, and claims it is an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Kivish Twinkle Shields. I'm gonna toss that into my artifact. Up here. There's a bracelet. I wonder for how long. Can you turn off the siege notifier up there? I don't think you can. Same like, I don't think you can turn off petitions. Although maybe if you do, it might just auto full screen it. So like, there's certain alerts that would have to be on. But like, I don't think you can turn this off. And I would also probably leave strange moods on. No trap door run. Sure. That sounds way less difficult to me than I think it does to other people, so. I would never do that. That just sounds tedious. I don't mind things that make the game difficult or force me to play the game differently. I don't want to do things that just make the game tedious, and that's just tedious. Because at the end of the day, I like playing this game and I don't want to burn out on playing this game and never want to play this game again. And that's how you, like, cause that kind of end, is by just making the game tedious. How many books do I actually have? 24. Discussing foraging behavior. Yeah, no, like I said, I wouldn't do that enemy. That doesn't seem like an interesting gimmick. But anyway, we're not really thinking on that right now because I'm probably going to be playing this fort for another 2 weeks, especially at the rate I'm going. See if I can get 50 wheelbarrows. I'm really just trying to, like, get as many of these stones, these boulders, dealt with as possible. Because if you go to most of these dwarves who are storing stuff in stockpiles right now, they're all just using wheelbarrows. I always do this eventually in most forts, where it's like, all right, it's time for everybody, I mean everybody, to just grab a wheelbarrow and start pushing. Does anybody know what you can do with them? Release them. That's all that you can do with them. There is no use for troglodytes. Or you could kill them. They're in that really kind of annoying window of, like, too smart to, like, just sell them, but too stupid to do nothing with them. Actually gonna look. Where are you going? And what are you hauling? I mean, I know it's stone, but... I mean, sure, I guess you could, like, wall them off and use a pit pond to chuck them into an area and let them just live the rest of their days out together. They will have kids and whatnot. Next to a retired fort? Like, directly next to it? I kind of did that, like, a couple weeks ago with Winter Throne and Winter Hearth. I did Winter Hearth until Winter Hearth died and then settled Winter Throne, like, right next to it. Although that was a destroyed fort. Are you, like, saying specifically to entice visitors? Not really. Not off the top of my head, no. Because, like, you get, like, old dwarves visiting anyway. I've definitely, like, done them within close proximity plenty of times, but it's not something that, like, is particularly noteworthy at the top of my head right now. I mean, maybe. You also need to remember I've played this game for decades, so it's like, I've probably done that. Which one is that one that's just kind of sitting there? One starts with an R. Pretty sure it was a bone bracelet, wasn't it? Maybe it was the diorite one. Being that old? I mean, you know what's crazy to me? Isn't how old Dwarf Fortress is. Dwarf Fortress feels like it's earned it. What's crazy to me is how old Roblox is. That's the one that freaks me out. Is like, wait, Roblox is how old? Man, I really wish that this wouldn't get disabled every time you restart the game. It's bizarre to me. It turns off show rectile dimensions every single time you... Rectangle dimensions. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16... 17, so like 30... Let's just say 50. 75. Because Roblox launched in 2006. I mean, it's technically still an alpha. Like, if we want to get down to technicalities, it is still technically in alpha. I know what you mean. I'm just being a jerk. But well, actually... Let's just do closest material. Copper cabinet. Copper chest. And let's just do 75 and 75. I got tons of copper, so copper's not going to be a going concern for us. Okay, I'm just going to forbid everything up here and everything past here. Let's let that burn out. Oopsies. I don't want to forbid the wheelbarrows. Oh, I already feel old every morning when I wake up. I don't need you to make me feel old. I guess unlike some people, I lost my youthful glow around the time that someone told me I looked like I was 40 when I turned 26, so... Such is life. At this point, the dwarves are largely just cleaning up the fortress. I'm not sure why those... Oh! Wait, no, never mind. Not sure why this isn't... putting away those blocks. Huh. Odd. There also should be no bins in this. Tisk. See, that's just like a given. Because obviously, the Elder Scrolls 6 trailer is as old as Skyrim was at the time. That just feels correct. I don't know. I guess maybe for some people, time still feels like it moves quickly. I grew out of that for a lot of things a long time ago. Somebody I know was recently complaining that Xbox 360, or that they don't make Xbox One controllers anymore. And he said because it was the closest approximation of the Xbox 360 controller, which is the one he actually wants. And then I told him how old an Xbox One was, and he looked like he was going to punch me. So... Who's angry? You're kind of angry. Turns out when you just kind of lock all the dwarves underground for a really long time, they just slowly get really happy. Assuming you're, like, providing for all their needs, which currently we're doing a pretty decent job of. And now everybody's getting beds. Today's been a very, like, unfuck the fort so we can catch the beasts day, but hey, it's been going pretty okay, I think. Man, more of these dwarves need to get fucking married. Get married so I don't need to make as many bedrooms, you shits. Literally going through and doing all of this manually so I can just be like, okay, you've got a bed, you've got a bed, you've got a bed. Still need a lot more beds, it turns out. Yep, a lot more. Just buy a used one and clean it up? I don't have that level of optimism for people who play video games to take care of their electronics, but I'm glad you do. Also, you do realize that used Xbox 360 controllers are, in a lot of cases, more expensive than buying a new controller, especially if they work. Let's see where we're getting boulders from right now. Video game stuff got weirdly expensive during the pandemic. So oftentimes these days, if you want something that's like functional, you have to pay a lot more than you should for it. Oh yeah, no, he's definitely aware of 8-bit DOE controllers. It is a sight, including the child who was tantruming like crazy yesterday and killing people, hasn't killed anybody today, which is great. That child hasn't killed anybody today. Yay! Also, I'm just kind of poking out of curiosity. Has anybody messed around with Manor at all since it launched? Because I played that game at launch and quite liked it, but it didn't quite have enough content, and I've been slowly watching the updates as they come out. Is that game worth looking into again yet, or should I wait? Well enough that people play it on the Steam Deck. More adult murder. The child is doing the murdering. I've also been watching Norland, which is one of the reasons why I'm asking. Because currently I'm kind of waiting for a Goblin Camp update before I play more of that. Why, have you tried it, Ilmarin? Not enough for now? More functional Manor defenses? Yeah. I mean, it seemed neat. Like, Manor Lords is one of those games where it's like, okay, I know this is a demo. This is an ongoing developed demo. Have I tried Noble Fates? I don't have much interest in Noble Fates. It's mechanically too similar to other games I've played. Where are you headed? Was that on your Steam feed yesterday? Yeah, no, they've updated quite a few things with Norland. It's like almost time to check back in with Norland, in my opinion. Where the heck are you going? I really need to unfuck this area. It's pretty fucked. I should probably just forbid all of this, shouldn't I? Jesus. Yeah, I should. Oh, also, I asked this earlier today, but I'm going to ask it again because it's fun. Scuttlebutt says that there's going to be a Oblivion remake in UE5. What do you think, Chets? Do you think that's going to be any good? You want to believe? Yeah. Many people do. Yeah, but the Skyrim engine is fucking terrible, so nobody in their right mind should actually want that. That's my unpopular opinion. I'm sorry, it's my opinion. Skyrim is one of the worst iterations of that engine. You can't change my mind. You wish nobody would use Unreal Engine? I mean, it's far from the worst. I wish nobody would try and use Game Maker for anything with any kind of procedural generation in it. With more than 5 actors in it? See, here's my take. If they remake Oblivion, they're not allowed to change the voice acting at all. That has to remain intact, or it's just not Oblivion. Like, straight up. If they change the voice acting, that's a different video game. What about going medieval? I don't want to play 3D RimWorld because I don't want to play RimWorld, so I don't want to also play 3D RimWorld. Still RimWorld. It's just... bleh. I'm glad you liked the Gremlin video. Cheers, man. And to the one person in my YouTube comments who's been calling me a RimWorld hater, nah, mate, I just burnt out on that game so hard after playing thousands of hours. I don't want to play anything that's remotely mechanically similar, or visually similar. You want the same walking animations? I kind of feel the same way, man. I kind of feel the same way. Only 850 hours? Ah, so you finished the tutorial, I see. Yeah, I don't know. I played thousands of hours of RimWorld. What do I have for blocks? Holy shit, that's a lot of green glass. We'll use those. I'll tell you this, and this is not an unpopular opinion. This is just a fact. This is not an opinion. This is just a fact. RimWorld is a harder game than Dwarf Fortress. It's just less dense. But RimWorld is a much harder game. Your partner walked into the office carrying a spatula for making salted honey candy pistachios. Can I steal your partner for a weekend? No reason. Please? Can always ship me some? Yeah, you might actually be able to get away with that. Although I feel like I could probably just go to the store and buy some for less than the import fees would be. Dwarf Fortress is tough to learn. Don't get me wrong. It's a very obtuse game. But Dwarf Fortress doesn't just try to kill you. And Dwarf Fortress isn't designed around mechanics that are intentionally mean to the player. It's more like an indifference to the player. But it's not as... Like, if you settle somewhere calm in the middle of nowhere and turn off Cavern Invaders, which you should absolutely do because they're busted, because they need to be patched, it's easy. Don't live in Canada and have somebody send anything to you from the States, and you won't get import fees. Trust me. for certain reasons due to geopolitics, it's not cheap to get things in or out of Canada into the US or vice versa. You're pretty booked solid. Oh, right. Well, that's good. Have you considered starting like a little independent business? Call it Lanix's Partners' Delicious Pistachios. I feel like there's some success in this untapped market. It just occurred to me why moods are actually so good in the fort right now. It's because they were all hauling boulders out of an area that required them walking through a waterfall. It's probably got a good large reason to do with it. Same? Well, actually, I wish you didn't like honey pistachios. You want to know why I wish you don't like them? Or I'm glad you don't like them? More from me. I don't need to worry about sharing my honey pistachios with you now. That Lanix is going to send me, right, Lanix? Trying to decide what color I want to do. Shale works. I turned them off. Rat for mats. Do not worry about punctuation on the internet because nobody else is worrying about punctuation on the internet. We're sending packages via UPS. We always include customs fees in our shipping quote because it's cheaper to pay as the American business than buying as a Canadian consumer. Jeez. Yeah, I've been slammed with fees enough times buying stuff from the US now that I just yeah. To give you an idea, after 2016, it became cheaper, and it still is the case, to buy records from Europe than it is to buy records from Seattle. Just like... It's gotten more expensive, admittedly, but there was a good while there where I could import a record from Germany, which would cost me about $20 Canadian shipping. And it's gone up to about 35, where at the same time it would cost me about 80 to ship it from the States. For the same record. So. It is what it is. It's not optimal. There's no point. Ha! You can say that, Elmir, and all you like, but the reality is, no. Because 6 weeks before an election happened, they were roughly like a quarter of the price to ship. So you can say that, but you can say that all you want. That's a hefty price for the record. No, it's totally true. Yes, very hefty price difference. Had to deal with a burst of customers. Oh, that's unfortunate. Hopefully they all left quickly. Anyway, enough of blind bitching about things he doesn't need through the internet. So what I'm doing, and what I'm kind of planning on doing, is channeling out this entire thing so that water stops flowing. So I can actually bring traders in through here without them, like, toppling their wagons like this. Which is what's been happening. It's a fun tract to go down in Dwarf Fort. Heavy engineering stuff. Just a bit of a walk for the dwarves is the issue. Honeybee venom. So the way traders work is they just have a certain number of barrels, and when they enter the map, the game just randomly selects liquids to put in said barrels. This means you can end up with some really bizarre liquids in the barrels. Generally, they're not that bizarre, but sometimes they are really bizarre. Honeybee venom has no use whatsoever in Fortress mode. Just for clarity here. Don't ask how many bees were harmed in the making of that venom, because the number is probably really high. Barrels of bee venom. Indeed. Oh, that one got suspended. Let's unsuspend that. How do you get the venom out of a bee without killing said bee? I think the actual answer to that is very carefully, but, you know. Why you keep get suspended? Okay, so starting this level, I will channel down once this is done. You need to make a collection of useless fluids. They're useful in adventure mode. You could poison a dart and then shoot it at somebody, and then they'll die 3 days later. Using, like, cobra venom or something. Although I think giant cave spider venom kicks in way quicker, so you could, like, if you had giant cave spider venom, you could, like, use that to paralyze somebody. I don't know how useful that would be, but... An entire chunk down to the bottom? I don't know what you mean exactly by an entire chunk, but I once dug a tube from the surface, from 15 Z levels above the surface, all the way down to the lava sea. Oh. The Forgotten Beast full tag has come. A tag has come. A great quadruped composed of fire. It has a knobby shell and a bloated body. Okay. Hold on. Don't panic. 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 Let's just... Is the front door open? Fuck, the front door is open. I'm looking for that. Okay, well, that's blocked at least. Okay, so let's follow this beast. The name of that thing. Phlegm sweat the tentacles of dung. Uh-huh. About that. That's what I call my pet dung beetle. Oh boy. How many things have you killed? You killed a dwarf in the year 208 and a dwarf, or no, a human in 208 and a dwarf in 163. As well as a boar, KV, torch mansion. Is that your home? I mean, it's not. It's a quadruped. It's not really a crab necessarily. It's certainly going to clean up a lot of the caverns. That's for sure. No, it will automatically evaporate all fire that, or all water that touches it. So I cannot kill it by flooding it. That would just create a lot of steam. They do look really cool walking through the water. YouTube chat's correct. Because they just kind of seamlessly, like, pull a fucking Moses. I'm watching it get closer to where I've been digging and kind of hoping all the dwarves are inside. Yep. Run, snail. Oh no. Why did you go that way, snail? Oh no. This dwarf's been here since the year 366. What a damn shame. Was one of the starting 7 dwarves. Only 2 remain. Well, soon to be 1. Can I get some Fs to pay respects? Do I have a favorite DF quirk? Can I just say gremlins? Chat, do you have a favorite quirk about Dwarf Fortress? You know, actually, the fact that fat melts out of their body before they can catch fire. So they will actually, like, completely drain all of their fat before getting any kind of, like, before catching fire. And also, catching on fire is the fastest way to, like, get rid of, what's the word? Any body fat. Well, I'm just gonna go down here for safety's sake. These dwarves are running as fast as they can. Who is it? Saxul. Asob. Mafol. Let's follow the creature. Okay, thankfully it turned around to keep fighting that dwarf, who isn't technically dead yet. You know, if this dwarf was, like, right here, the fire would go out and he'd be okay. I really want this dwarf to make it out of here somehow. I don't see it happening. Goodbye, snail. You were a good dwarf. Please don't burn yourself alive in real life, thanks. My lawyer told me to say that. I don't have a lawyer, but this rat has a law degree, so it told me. Rest in peace, snail. One of the oldest dwarves in the fort. Oh, also rest in peace, that dwarf. I don't even know who you are, but I'm just gonna... Red Fogel's on fire. Holy shit, there's a lot of dwarves on fire. Hold on. How many dwarves are burning? Okay, not that many. They're just all on the first page. Red Fogel's on fire. Eton's on fire. Moma's is on fire. Rith is on fire. Several are about to be on fire. That's a terrible way to go. So I'm just going to go here and type in slab. Let's make 50 rock salt slabs. Beasts made of fire, this might come as a surprise to you, tend to be on fire most of the time. I'm really tempted to send it at the humans above ground, but I'm also scared they'll just kill it. Like, immediately. Okay, did the front door get closed? Okay, it did. Oh no! Theo S. Tekid. Oh, frame rate's about to go bye-bye. Unless they can somehow manage to get around the fire to the exit. Keep running, Dwarf. I said keep running, Dwarf. Don't stop. That's not a very smart way to go, Dwarf. The loop-de-loop's not going to give you style points. It's just going to kill you sooner. Keep running, Dwarf. Oh, just the burning dwarf off in the corner. That is grim. Urvad's up there still. Oh, man. Run, Theo. Run, Theo. The Great Escape. Well, what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to go over to here. I'm going to open this thing and hope it'll clear that siege for me. Because it very well might. See, this is what happens when they walk through water. It just does this. Which is kind of awesome. Oh no. Urvad. But Urvad ain't catching fire because Urvad's in water. But it is beating the shit out of Urvad. It's not very effective at actually killing Urvad, I'll say that. What's it doing? It's kicking him and it's bruising him. So its actual, like, hand-to-hand hits don't do much. Okay. Let's see, is there any dwarves running in still? Yeah, there is. There's Mistum the Armorer, who's trying to get inside. Run, Mistum. That's a cat. Where's the beast currently? Sitting there. The game isn't paused right now. It's just sitting there. How many kills are you actually credited with? Only 2. Let's let that dwarf get in. That was pretty brutal, gotta be honest. Alrighty, Flemmy Sweaty. Roof is open. I guess, while that is being worked on, I can make one of these for Red Fogel. Sorry if I'm doing a bad job keeping up with chat at the moment. A little busy. Other news, so this never got finished. I wouldn't mind catching this thing, but I don't need to. Okay. Contained in a chamber like that, it wouldn't burn forever, but I don't disagree with that take. Let's see where the beast is at. Still sitting there. I don't know why it's just sitting here. So I feel like it should be heading towards us. Or it should be heading towards the enemy. Because there's humans, like, kind of right here. Like, it should just go kill them. Unless it's having a good old-fashioned brain malfunction. Currently, the caverns are burning down pretty quickly. I'm not sure. Yep. Oh. I would like to make Snail a statue, though. Of Snail. It's because Snail was one of the founders. Thank you. Thank you, Genose. Stream's going well. Gonna lurk. Open up Blender for some editing. What you editing? You just missed a pretty catastrophically huge bad thing that happened. Terrible, good, no good, very bad day, if you will. We just lost like 10 plus dwarves. W Tiger, thank you very much for the 22nd month. Well, I mean, my lands are dwarven lands, not goblin lands. I could let it go wild in dwarven lands, not in goblin lands. I can't send it to the goblins, though. Oi. There goes another one. There goes another one. Gonna get used to hearing that sound a lot for the next little bit. It really likes it there. All right, well, I'll just slam the door, I think. So many boulders right there. So many goddamn boulders. The the monster here is pretty petrified and obsessed with killing me, so you know, maybe swapping out these walls with just glass. Oopsies, that was granite. Certainly don't want to use granite. Only 10 dolomite blocks right now. Let's just use rock salt. I think they're called shorts or something. Oh, that'd be cool. For those of you who don't know, Suited Giraffe edits a lot of the shorts that end up on the YouTube channel. I edit some of them, but I'm too lazy. I don't like editing shorts. Allegedly, Suited Giraffe finds it entertaining for themselves, so they do it. Let's go up to here. And say what? Tech at AMA. Aiden. Or Aiden. Risk book. What's this last one? Oh, no. Oh, never mind. That's not so bad. It's just a section of cavernous collapse. I was like, are those the rest of the bodies? I had me worried for a second. Exactly, Elvira. Somewhat legendary, so somebody blinky. Beard or no beard? With beard, that's not hat, or otherwise someone with beard. Okay, so somebody legendary with a beard. This fort's old enough that that's actually not hard. I've got a legendary weaver. Does that suit your fancy? Wolfist Wolf? He unerringly returns favors and has a profound sense of gratitude for kind actions of others. He takes no pleasure in his talents and appearance, and he can get caught up in internal deliberation when action is necessary. He is somewhat scatterbrained, and he is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself. He isn't particularly curious about the world, and he isn't particularly curious about the world. He is brave in the face of imminent danger and often cheerful. He rarely feels discouraged and he is slow to anger. He prefers to present himself modestly, and he can handle stress. He does not hate or develop negative feelings easily, and he tends to avoid any physical confrontations. He works to square his natural tendency with his respect for martial prowess, and he does not go out of his way to help others. And he needs alcohol to get through the working day, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Exhales sharply when he becomes exasperated. He dreams of creating a great work of art, and this dream was realized. Personally finds the following of tradition foolish and limiting. Dislikes cooperation, doesn't particularly care about craftsmanship. Likes tetrahedrite, as well as gold and morganite, and the color chestnut, high boots, and cats for their aloofness, and the words of the Tenribus wisps, and the sight of the silkiness of festivals, and when possible, he prefers to consume quinoa beer, and can't stand jumping spiders. Goes well, Gig Moth. We just had a bunch of dwarves die to a fiery beast. But I'm currently in the process of trying to catch beasts, so gotta crack some dwarves to make a menagerie, after all. I think that's how the saying goes. But I would say it goes pretty well. How about you, Big Muff? Just chilling mostly? Chilling like a villain. 60 down, 60 to go. 60 to get to 120. I noticed recently that on my account, I've had a sub button for 93 months. Which means we are less than a year away from 100-month resubs. Which is absurd? Yeah, that's the word I'm looking for. Absurd. Like, fucking absurd. Like, completely fucking absurd. Chat, can I get a big round of beers for Pilot keeping that sub alive for 60 months? Appreciate you. Chicken Caesar salad? Need to figure out what I'm doing for dinner. I don't actually know at this point. Sure, I'll figure it out eventually, though. Oh. I have to go around all of my water, because I've dug up a bunch of water. You're eating a baked potato? Sounds tasty. I kind of need to go grocery shopping. I'm in like that point of the week, if that makes any sense. So I will have to do that at some point. Where's Beastie at? It's just sitting there, man. It's enjoying the shower. It's content being near a waterfall. That's funny. With feta cheese, sounds tasty. Yeah, I don't know. I've got like a lot of odds and ends. I mean, I could just like make rice. I might end up having like rice, chickpeas, and veggies, which is fine. Hit hour 200 on Steam. There you go. Welcome back, mate. Ads have popped, so I will pause game. Although, actually, I will pause game. And queue up a bunch of this. And then wait. Oh, another thing I'm also going to do is go up to here. Lock both of these. Pull lever. +1. I'm turning this from a drawbridge crushing system into a lava burning system. So I don't need to worry so much about pulling this lever periodically. Because pulling the lever periodically is a tedious process. Also, good news for those of you who are not currently still in an ad, although most of you are probably out of it by now. I will be streaming Friday this week. So if you've been missing the Friday streams, there will be a stream this Friday. Yeah, that should be safe to dig into. Also, no burrows. They may not consider those tasks high enough priority. Depends on what the tasks are. Because I hate to break it to you, but socializing is a task. There are times where like I'll be like, man, none of my dwarves are doing anything. They're all just socializing. And then after a couple minutes of them all socializing, they all kind of get back to work after a bit. Dwarves need social time and they need socializing time, but like don't always get it enough, if that makes sense. They need leisure, basically. It's a pretty common frustration, but it is the case that sometimes it'll seem like they're doing nothing. One of my weavers has become possessed. Yeah, except they do it automatically, right? No, that's not in this. Kind of screwed this up. What am I doing with the lava? So currently I have this setup where they put stuff into this minecart right here, and it's then thrown into there and then crushed under a drawbridge. I'm changing that so that instead of them crushing it under the drawbridge, it's just going to go directly into lava, which is much more efficient and doesn't require me having to pull the lever for the drawbridge periodically. So they couldn't get in? That should be a higher priority task. But without looking at your fortress, I can't easily tell you as to why. I would also like hover over your job details and see like if there's any obvious like job inaccessible, item inaccessible. Because that sounds wrong. They should be pretty quick about removing stuff. Well, it's more hot than cool, but yeah. So the minecart dumps stuff down to right there. So that's where I need to put the hole. Although I could actually just like remove all of this, but this area isn't necessarily going to be filled with lava. It's just going to be over to here. I'm going to only try to put enough into here so that you don't have to worry too much. Oh, of course. That gets done. This gets done. Deconstruct all this. Yeah. I mean, you don't really use animals in guacamole, but I do have a lot of animals. It's mostly baby animals. But most of my clothing is made of yarn, so it's actually, like, not been bad. It's been pretty good. Man, that dwarf must be really weak, because they're moving really slowly. You know what's one of the craziest things I learned about this game when this version came out? Is it took me like half a year to realize that in order to deconstruct stuff, dwarves need to be assigned to mining because like mining and deconstructing were associated with this version, whereas before it was just a task that anybody could do. It's one of the things that threw me off the fastest. Claim the clother's shop. Uh-oh. Section of caverns collapsed. Three pieces of llama wool cloth. Nifty. It's 100 years, isn't it? But they keep growing until they hit year 1000. Like 100 years is an adult dragon. 1,000 years is a grown-up dragon. Like a full-size dragon. But if you have domesticated baby dragons, yeah. The thing is, they keep growing throughout adulthood. I don't know how long it takes for them to reach, like, go from baby size to full-size size, because I've never actually seen a baby dragon in-game. Although, admittedly, I've never really gone out of my way to find one. Yeah, screw it. Let's just get rid of this. Just do that instead. Well, I mean, baby dragons still shoot big ball of fire. All you need is them to shoot big ball of fire, and they're very effective, so... I'm not going to say that, like, a baby dragon isn't effective, because it's still, you know, a tiny flamethrower bomb. They're just more comedic. They burn anything they don't like. Oh, no, absolutely. Yeah, if they think you're hostile, you are exploded. Although, I'll tell you something. Fun fact, most animals in Dwarf Fortress do that. It's just a lot more obvious when a dragon does it versus when a cat does that. Like, I've seen cats and dogs in Dwarf Fortress just randomly, like, attack a visitor before, and it's kind of funny. But, like, when a dragon does it, half your fort's suddenly dead. Requires very careful animal management. You're saying they're too effective? Nothing's... No such thing. No such thing. I mean, that concept of 20 agitated giant eagles is kind of terrifying. I will agree with you there. Please stop. It pumped all the way up to there. That's too much. I didn't actually need that much. Okay, well. Okay, hold on. Let's place the store right. Dig this up, maybe? Got decimated by dumb birdos. You're an Untamed Wilds enjoyer. Are you sure you're an enjoyer? You don't seem to be enjoying yourself very much. As long as you're actually enjoying yourself. I don't not enjoy Untamed Wilds. I just have a pretty low tolerance for it. Like, I enjoy Untamed Wilds to a point, and then don't want to play them for a while. That's kind of how I generally feel about Untamed Wilds. Like, they're fun for a bit, and then it's like, I'd rather do anything else. Oh my god. There's so many. So fucking many, man. It's sort of like haunted biomes. It's like, I like a haunted biome now and again. They're fun. Change things up. But when I'm done playing them, I don't even want to think about them for a while. Yeah, because this is my issue with RimWorld on a fundamental level, and why I find it hard to enjoy it for long periods of time, Amber, is RimWorld has many mechanics that are built into it, like the one you're just referring to with bugs, that forces you to play the game the way the developer wants you to play it. Dwarf Fortress has mechanics that try and coax you in a direction, but at the end of the day, if you figure out a sneaky method of making something work that's completely fucking busted, if you don't like it, don't use it. I mean, some things like the developers are like, okay, that's a bit too strong. As an example, like, cage traps are a bit too strong. But for the most part, most things in Dwarf Fort that are busted beyond all reason that players came up with, the devs are just kind of like, well, as long as you're having fun. And that's how I like a sandbox game to be. The second it's like, oh, I have to play the game the way the developer wants me to play the game, I don't really want to play the game anymore. Hydras are such a good food source because they're born full grown. Like, you don't even need to farm. That's what made me stop playing RimWorld, Will. Especially to be clear, that problem is significantly worse if you're a streamer. Because like the way the game's meta shift is like, hey, whenever you find something fun and exciting that's fun and overpowered, the developer patches it out. It's like, well, why the fuck am I doing this? It's that kind of a problem. How are my blocks, my boulders doing? Getting there. Okay, let's jump to you. Okay, so this should be where trash goes now. Also, Tynan doesn't really do that anymore because Tynan doesn't really work on the game anymore. Tynan's just too busy having piles of money. And trying to get people to buy his books. Most successful self-promoter on the Bay 12 forums history. Weaver has created Lelbem, Nestith, Corsid, a llama wool bag, and offers it to the head cave of Clobbering. Well, we'll just get to use that one. That's what we're doing in this Fort Nimarus. Just as a reminder to everybody, this is a completely crowd-funded stream, so I don't do any sponsored time. This channel is entirely supported by people who watch the stream via subscriptions, tips, and bits, subs, and off-site subscriptions via my blog. It's just your, like, bi-hourly reminder to check your Prime subs. That's all. Thanks for watching, though. Okay, I need 2 more levers. How many do I have? 18, cool. Amber, thank you very much for the Prime sub. Appreciate you. And helping keep that sub count up and this channel funded. Appreciate you much. Let's see if we can catch this ball of fire. And also, currently Twitch has a sale where if you gift multiple subs, you get a discount. Also, shoutouts to Speedy. Speedy's nuts. Hi, Speedy. We're getting close to the 10 years. Which is whack. By 10 years, I mean 100 months. Feels like 10 years. Getting there, yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, when people accuse me of being a RimWorld hater, Will, it's purely around that. It's like, RimWorld is a game that could be indistinguishable from Terraria in its value to the player because of how wildly successful it is. And, you know, maybe I'm just being too anti-capitalist, but there is part of me where I'm just like, you know, you could just give that DLC away for free as patches. Maybe charge for every 3rd one. And you would be doing just fine. Those individual DLCs have sold millions of copies. But that's not the way that game operates, and that will bum me out eternally, but what can I really say about that? Have I played Paradox games? Have you seen me play a Paradox game on this stream? No, I don't play Paradox games. I find them painfully boring. But at least with Paradox, they're a studio of like 40-something people working on each of those games. I can see the argument to be made for them more so than a game like RimWorld, where it's a very tiny studio. But I digress. Anomaly is the same price as Dwarf Fortress in Canada. Like, if you were to buy all of RimWorld not on sale, it's a lot of money. Okay, so I'm not entirely sure what's taking them so long to construct these. My current theory is that they simply can't reach the blocks. I'm just going to try this. But no, I intentionally avoid Paradox games because I find them really boring. You bought Skylanders figures for the first time in an Xbox and the Xbox 360 game. So did you know that you can buy NFC cards for like pennies on the dollar, and just get a little scanner, plug it into your computer, little USB device, and just make cards and write the names of the Skylanders on them, and then download all of the download all the Skylanders. So just like buy the ones you want to keep like as toys to like display or something, but just like just go to the internet and just grab the ones you want. just saying, you that's really easy to do. So don't worry, like if one is like expensive, like if you want to just collect the figures, go ahead, have fun. But like, you know, if you're trying to collect the figures, but also could not justify the price tags, and I think I got the base game for something like $15 back when it wasn't even on Steam. So you bought it around the same time I did then, Moxel. Although actually, I think somebody bought it for me. I can't actually remember how I got it back then. I was broke, so. But yeah, I bought it before it was on Steam. You have a smartphone? Yeah, I guess you could do it with, well, I mean, I don't know. I've always thought about it as like a deck of cards, but yeah, I guess you probably could just do it with your phone. Put them in your Google Wallet. Could probably do that. Or Apple Wallet. Yeah, I don't know. Sorry for the, uh-oh. Forgotten Beast Vancab Renorkazak has come, a huge blob composed of puke. It has a spiral shell and a bloated body. Beware its deadly spit. Where is it? Okay, so this is on the lower level. Vancam Bug Terrors. Uh-huh. Oh, the smartphone can write them. Oh, okay. I didn't realize that. The more you know. It's in a layer where it doesn't currently have access to the fort, so we don't need to worry about it, but it's also probably going to die to the other one that's currently down there. All right, F8. Let's just go to right here. Get rid of that. What am I using to trap beasts? Doors and sheep and goats. And drawbridges. I know what you mean by what am I using to trap them. You can see it right here. You know, I actually didn't. I bounced off. I really wanted to like Prison Architect. Back Corvus in YouTube chat. I really, really, really wanted to like Prison Architect. Like, I bought it very early on in early access because I liked the developer. And followed its development and tried again. And I think I put about 30 hours into it total, but it never clicked. It never, like, fully locked in. And, like, in a way where I was enjoying that game. And so I eventually just kind of stopped even trying. And it kind of bums me out, actually. I feel like I should like that game, but I don't know. Like, by all counts, I should. It does all of the things a game should do that I should like. It just, the reality is it doesn't do it. For some reason, and I don't know why. This is also a pretty advanced fortress, Amber. But I'm using drawbridges to trap them. Drawbridges are kind of like your catch-all block thing, because the only thing that can destroy drawbridges in Dwarf Fortress, well, some things can stop them from, plenty of things can stop them from raising and lowering, but the only thing that can stop a drawbridge is a dragon, because they can burn them. However, most creatures can't destroy drawbridges, so I use livestock to coax them in. And the idea for the end goal of this is to, because this game has like a Balrog equivalent, I'm going to go too deeply and too greedily and attract some Balrogs, and we're going to, you know, make them fight the Forgotten Beasts. It's a rope. Rope or a chain. Either works. I'm using rope. You don't like what Paradox did to it? Yep, make expensive. I mean, and also, one thing I should state right now. The only reason that I feel kind of icky about the way RimWorld does its sales and the way RimWorld does its DLC is just because it breaks mods. You know, it's just like whenever Bethesda patches Skyrim, like there's 100 people that just go, fuck! Because they have to remake their mod packs, right? Maybe more than 100, thousands of people scream. And same with Fallout, right? It's like when Fallout got patches not too long ago, it was just a lot of people cursing. And I feel for those mod makers because, you know, most of them, some of them have Patreons, but most of them are just donating their time for free to a community that they like, for a game that they like. And it's kind of thankless, and then you just get 100 angry 12-year-olds. They're probably not actually 12, but, you know. You get an angry mob with pitchforks once every year or so of people saying, update your fucking mod, and you go, no. I have 3 children, and a wife, and a job, and I haven't slept in 2 years. The Forgotten Beast, Yosasp, has come, an enormous scaly leech. It has thin wings of stretched skin, and it undulates rhythmically. Its black scales are round and overlapping. Beware its noxious secretions. Oh boy, I need to prep for another one of these. Things only undulate rhythmically. It is known. I don't even know where this beast is, so where is it? Oh boy. Let them fight, I suppose. Okay, let's see. Just gonna do this. Let's hope that nobody goes in here. Panic. Who knows which one I'll catch either, even. If either. At the very least, the base game of the new Sims, like, and this is how I defend the Sims a little bit. The base game for current Sims is free to play. And I know someone who's got hundreds of hours in only the base game. So at the very least, that thing's free to play, right? And it is so DRM locked down, modern Sims, that like, it's kind of a different thing. But that's the only real asterisk I'll allow it, is that, well, at least it's free to play. Still maintain Sun Goth as my favorite name for a beast. This thing moves really slowly. Oh, no, totally. Absolutely, Shoath. I thought we were just talking about pricing. Feel bad for those idiots who bought Sims 4 when it first came out, puts on clown nose. So you bought it? You remember in your early childhood when your dad bought your sister about 15 Sims 3 DLCs? I remember when The Sims 3 came out, and my little sister and my older sister pooled their money together and bought not one, not two, not three, not four, but 12 Sims 2 DLCs and the base game for Sims 2 at the thrift store for like a couple of bucks. It was like $1 per DLC or something. Yeah, I know a guy who wears a fez who plays The Sims for a living, basically. And he has a, what's the word? He just has multiple lists of like, okay, these are the DLCs that you need to buy, and on sale it usually comes out to cheaper than a full price game. So, I don't know. At the very, like, yeah, it fucks the modding community, you are correct, but it makes more sense to me for a game like that that's, like, free to play. Just like something like Destiny or Warframe, even. It still sucks. But yeah. Your dad was dirty rich, so he's not anymore? Did he go to prison for white-collar crime, YouTube chat? They made a Katy Perry expansion? I mean, you can play as Snoop Dogg in Call of Duty, so I guess nothing is sacred. Tax evasion. Ah, right. That's white-collar crimes. Checks out. Yeah, Sims 4 was pay to play for a really long time. You are correct. Okay, so the weird flamey ball of blasting is still on the surface. You can get sealed in there by closing the door behind it. There we go. And it slowly creeps up. Sad part is this sheep knows what it did. Right place, by time. If it's in Canada, I've never seen one, but Canada's a pretty big country, so. In regards to Goodwill. I want to say it was sometime post-pandemic that The Sims 4 went free to play. Something, something, Baba is you. All right. Forgotten Beast number 7, I think? For a second there, I thought it went into the wrong one. Whew. Thankfully, it's moving really slowly. Wait, what? Oh, it is that one. Okay. Poor sheep. This thing can't see very well, can it? Literally, did you notice that it didn't actually start pathing towards it until it started making noise? That's kind of neat, actually. So what attacks do you do? So if the sheeps win any of these fights, by the way, the ram gores it in the right wing, but the attack lands away. Oh, no! The ram kicks the Forgotten Beast in the body with its front hoof, bruising the scale. Forgotten Beast bites the stray ram in the ear, and the injured part collapses into a lump of gore. Man, why are you beating up the ram like that? Like, buddy, come on. Come on, ram, you got this. Don't make me download more of you. Overcome by terror. Well, stray ram gores the Forgotten Beast in the right wing, but the attack glances away. Forgotten Beast, lets it go. Drops the mangled ear as it attacks. Bites the ram in the front leg, bruising the fat. This is a really weak Forgotten Beast. It can't even kill the sheep. The ram kicks the Forgotten Beast in the left wing, but the attack glances away. Kick it in the head! The ram kicks the Forgotten Beast in the left wing with its right hoof, but the attack glances away. Man, this ram's putting up a fight, dude. Like, holy shit, there's a friggin' hoof on the ground, and it's... Forgotten Beast grabs it by the tail with its left wing. It's placing a chokehold on the ram with its left wing. The ram passes out. Well, fuck. Can I get a round of Fs for the poor ram? Now let's hope that the gate closes. There we go. Why does its ear have the wool sprite? Huh. Okay. That's interesting. Unrelated. Why is there Forgotten Beast blood down here? From the beast that I guess it must have been washed off somebody. And let's just cancel these two so it doesn't break. All right. When Build 42 came out, it's like the time that a bunny bit a Cyclops in the eyeball and destroyed the eyeball in one of my forts. Which was kind of incredible. Shoutouts to Big Ol' Bun Bun. It was a valiant attempt, even if it was futile. Just heard a motorcycle go by. It must be sunny outside. He says as there's a giant ray of sunshine flashing through his bedroom window. Okay, let's go here. Big nasty teeth. I mean, rabbits have large teeth. They got big mouths. It's just like cats. They're mostly mouth. I actually find bunny rabbits quite adorable looking until they yawn, and then they're kind of terrifying. It's like, oh, suddenly getting flashbacks to that movie I saw when I was a small child, and I'm still scarred for life. Watership down, if anybody's wondering. How many bedrooms do I still need? A lot! Shit. I think I saw a whole, like, Watership Down and Holy Grail around the same time as a child. And, I think I just, like, stopped watching Holy Grail because it was just boring. Like, that was the opposite of my sense of humor as a kid. And I kind of hated it. I like it as an adult. Like, as an adult, it's pretty funny. But, like, as a kid, like, that was one of the hardest sells I think I've ever had for any kind of entertainment. Like, I was like, this is why you adults are weird kind of feeling. I was right about one thing. Adults are weird. Neither is Watership Down, but I digress. Quiet Giant. My hair is not dyed. I have never dyed my hair and will never dye my hair. If you repeat questions like that, don't say sorry. You're a bad person for repeating the question. If you're typing in the YouTube chat, you'll get slow responses. That's how that works. If you type in the Twitch chat, you'll get fast responses. Otherwise, you'll get responses maybe every 10 minutes-ish. And that first message was less than 10 minutes ago, so 'tis what it is. You're not actually a bad person, but repeating your statement is kind of pointless. And now am I becoming a grandpa? Fuck you for calling me old. I would need one of my sisters to have a kid for me to become a grandpa. Well, not really. They would have to have kids and then have kids, and then I wouldn't be a grandpa, but I would be a great uncle. Pretty far from that. I really don't appreciate being called old. It's just very rude. You're obsessed and fully committed with the Ministry of Silly Walks in grade school? I mean, like, as a teenager, sure. Knights Who Say Knee was great. I'm 30. I'm quite young still, in fact. That person in YouTube chat, like, just asked a rude question and then had the gall to ask it a second time and was just like, sorry for repeating this question. No, you're not. But is your hair dyed or are you becoming a grandpa? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. No, I'm just gray. Anyway, I'm going to ignore everything you say for a while now because you're rude. I expect an apology if you want responses from me ever again. Maybe not ever again. At least until I forget, which will take about 7 minutes. Because my coffee is worn off. Streamer Senpai Angie? Not really. More just triggered the streamer sense of humor. And you can take it or leave it. Lies. Disagree. But apologies accepted. Your mom's hair turned gray at 19. I started growing gray at 16. So yeah.
Josh the 123 cheered. X 500.
Thanks for the $5, Josh the. Appreciate you, man. All right. Well, the kind of messy thing about this is there's still another forgotten beast hanging out in that stairwell. Also, Dinosaur Jr. That's a name I have not heard in a long, long time. I don't have any takes or opinions on what Dwarf Fortress should be. Dwarf Fortress should be exactly what Zach and Tarn envision. That's what it should be. As long as it doesn't break while I'm playing it. That's what it should be, truly. Once robot, twice. Once robot, twice shy. Sorry, that took me a second to like comprehend. Thank you very much for the prime sub. Appreciate you. Told your husband if you kept plucking all your gray hair, you'd eventually be bald. That's true. Yeah, that is true. I'm sorry, YouTube chatter. Is your hairline receding or are you just getting old? Meh. Okay, I've had my clap back. We're friends again. See, this is something people learn really quickly about me is they either think I am the worst or they think I'm hysterical and there's no middle ground. So either you love me or you want me to die in a hole really, really fast and painfully and, you know, can't please everybody. What is going on over there? I don't know. I'm just throwing shade for no logical reason because I've been streaming for 8.5 hours, which is about the point where I start getting a little dumb. Just a little bit. Or at least where I become aware of it. I don't know. Maybe I become dumb before. How are we doing on the Dolomite? Pretty terrible. Wait. For what? I'm waiting. Game's waiting too. It's paused. I can't. Can I stop waiting now? Sitting this still is scary. Okay, fine. Well, I've waited. It wasn't worth the wait. We do, in fact, have an emote for that. Start dumb, become conscious after... You mean become conscious of dumb after 8 hours? Is that how this works? Montycore, thanks for the Prime for 18 months. Appreciate you. Seriously, though, thank you very much for keeping those subs alive. You helping this streamer pay his mortgage. It is the, oh god, I need to pay my mortgage fund. And also, I guess, oh god, I need to pay my mortgage fund, but on top of that, also, there was another thing I was going to say, and it just left my brain. Oh yeah, and I haven't bought a bidet yet fund. I kind of said I was going to buy a bidet when I moved out, and then kind of underestimated how much furniture I would end up buying, so now I'm like, saving again. Will buy a bidet, I swear. Long time lurker, first time subber. There you go. Appreciate you, mate. Thank you for the lurks. You might be sentient? I hope so. That would be strange if you weren't. Just like slowly making green glass blocks in the background. Almost hype train. Not quite. Did you increase the amount of Mega Beasts in your world when you generated it, Imarus? I know that you said that you also had like a super high temp unstable world, but I remember the last time I messed with temperature, in Advanced World Gen, I embarked and everybody spontaneously caught fire. Remind me what the default is. I haven't looked at it in a minute. You think you followed my guide? Oh, there you go. Admittedly, those guides are the ones I remember the least, so. What are we storing in stockpiles currently? Ah, here, pushing a wheelbarrow. That answers that. Especially about World Gen. I mean, literally all those were was I studied the wiki for 30 minutes, wrote bullet points, and then shot them and just did them pretty quickly back to back, and then didn't do any of the advanced ones because I don't understand what the wiki's trying to explain. Yeah, I often end up cranking up the erosion cycles, which is why I usually end up with pretty thin worlds. Which some people like to point out and be like, that's a very thin world. And I'm like, yeah. Is that a problem? I should probably stop digging. You made cages and reloaded, and now dwarves are working again. I had all of the dwarves cease to function once because they were trying to give a patient in the hospital water, and all of the buckets were filled with frozen water because we were close enough to the surface in the winter that my well froze full, and they couldn't get water. So, you know, sometimes it just like makes dwarves short circuit. On a single square, does the game automatically... You have to do more than one staircase at a time. If that's what you're asking. I don't fully understand the question, Alan Stu. For questions like that, go to my Discord. There should be a link in the YouTube stream description. And take a screenshot of what you're trying to do. And then post it on the Discord. And then yell at us when it's in there, and then someone can answer it in the Discord. Probably a better way to do it. I mean, sure. You could just like accept every single like random monster hunter who shows up at your fort and expel everybody else as they become citizens, but I mean, your migrant waves would still be humans, but I don't really understand people's interest in playing with things that aren't dwarves, because to me they're just less interesting characters to play as. What's your dwarf up to? You are a peasant who's about to go to archery practice and then decided to not go to archery practice. You're in my Mark's Dwarf squad, and you don't really like seeing these Forgotten Beasts' dead bodies, which is kind of funny to me. It's probably this. I'm amazed that nobody's queued up to do these jobs. Scale a thing? Guess not. Oh, it's probably because I don't have any ivory or teeth. Okay, so where's that beast at? Still sitting right there. Okay, so if I open this... Oh shit! The siege left. See if I can coax this sucker in. Let's see if we can. I really wish somebody would come get these, but what can you do? If they don't want to, they don't want to. Let's unforbid all this, and then go down to here. Unforbid all this. Kind of just want them to focus on hauling and getting stuff put away. This fort's been under siege for a while. It's been a very long time since I've just like been, fuck it, and just like told all the dwarves to hide. It's been a long time since I've done that. Okay, let's do this. Bring a billy goat. And let's just go to this. Let's go all the way down to here. Okay, now the last thing I gotta do is check you and check you. Okay, neither of those are connected, so you jump up to here. Oopsies. Hit the wrong key and it closed the window. It'd be very awkward if I let a Forgotten Beast in and didn't have the levers hooked up. Udil the gem cutter is doing the placing. Oh no, the ghost. This poor goat feels blissful after being a parent, felt love after gaining a sibling, and I'm gonna feed it to a monster. Holy shit, you have a big family. I think goats cheat on each other all the time. You got all kinds of half-brothers. This goat has a lot of uncles and nieces. Holy shit. You like that YouTube viewership is growing? It is growing, actually, especially like as the bigger videos release and as patches come out. Like, you know, a year ago, the YouTube viewership was like in the dozens. Now it's pretty consistently in like the, on a bad day, it'll be in the 80s to 90s. On a good day, it'll be in the hundreds, which is nice. You monster? Oh, I know. Don't worry, I know. I am well aware. Nobody's more aware of that fact than me. Okay, so now we need to link. And kids are unimaginable. Yeah, there's so many of them. I think you just mean unmanageable. But yeah, the YouTube chat is, like, for anybody who doesn't know, is, like, I treat it like the lurker chat. It's not that it's a secondary chat, it's just not the one I read as much. Because you need... Uh-oh. You do need to be subscribed to watch there. Huh. So that's kind of a problem. I do actually have a way to let them in, though. I do actually have a way to let them in. Such a genius having this all set up. Go get him, Freeways. Oh no, you want to be with family or friends. Your pet black mamba died, which is very sad. And you have no friends. What a guy. They breed like cats. Do you have them fully tamed? The hydras? Here they cometh. A lot they coming. This thing. I really hope we get attacked by Vile Force of Darkness, because I could just send this thing after it. It seems to kind of be short-circuiting its brain sitting there. Okay, so over here... I've got so much clothing I can sell, holy shit. So they are tame, not just well-trained? Because I haven't had a breeding pair since before they were tameable, but I know that there's baby sprites in the game. I just haven't actually seen one tamed. Trained, well-trained? Okay. So then they're not tamed, they're just trained. I mean, that's still pretty good. But the fact that they're not tamed kind of sucks. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. Because, like, I couldn't remember if they had given them a baby variant yet. Because anything that's has a baby variant can be trained. And I know the sprite exists. Actually gonna give my squads a break. Raiding trains ambushing. So are you is the question, can you train ambushing without raiding? Rangers Guild. Trains ambushing and I think tactics. How old is this fort? It started in the year 366, so it's getting there. Yeah, I had a breeding pair of dragons in a fort a while ago, which actually fell kind of quickly, unfortunately. But it was a mother and son, I think, actually, breeding pair of dragons. The problem was the son was gay, so they didn't actually have any babies, and I was pretty fucking mad. They just, like, refused to have kids for a while, and then I looked, and it was like, sorry, this dragon's only interesting in marrying males. I was like, God damn! Fucking gay dragons ruining my week. I was real bummed out about it. Years is insane. I mean, I once kept the fort alive for 470 years. Clipped and spread out of context. I mean, hey, life goes on. It wouldn't be the first time I got mad about that on stream. At least this time I'm joking. It's true, they did. That's such an Alex Jones. Okay, so like, fuck big AI and big tech, but like, go find yourself an Alex Jones like voice model and just like make that happen. Except like, then take his face and like put it on a Warhammer 40,000 model. It's the only good use of Alex Jones. There was a post that KitFox put out about the wiki the wiki and the forums, or maybe it was just the forums. Actually, maybe I'm misremembering. It was either the wiki and the forums or just the forums. We're getting maintenance done. I don't know if this is related. No, that's Thursday. Never mind. I don't know. Not Dwarf Fortress wiki. Yeah, I'm also getting a 4.0 forum. I'm not sure. Let's see. Let's get Fox said anything. Let me see. I'm not seeing anybody talking about it over on Bay 12 forums. Or rather on the KitFox Discord. Cheers, Bane. Yeah, I don't see anything written about it. I mean, I'm also getting a 404 for the DF Wiki, so I don't know. Chad, are you getting a 404 on the DF Wiki? Oh, so just like the base doesn't work? That's weird. Yeah, because... But like, the way I used to get to the DF Wiki for forever, it isn't working, so that still is weird. Yeah, but Wolfist Wolf is right. That link does work. The dwarffortress.org/index.php works. Yeah, there. Like, this link works. At least on me. Happens a lot for you? Huh. I mean, I only ever go to just, like, dwarffortresswiki.org, and it almost always works. Romanoid Trull meets with the Baron Consort of Snarling Braids, and they offer me nobility, and I say no. I will say yes when I have the front door set up. The problem is there is a ball of fire with 4 legs in the in the hallway right now, and I need to catch it because in order for wagons to be of use, they need to actually be able to get into the fortress, and currently they can't. So. Maybe, yeah, it should. So something's going. Something's unusual. But thankfully, it seems like, you know, hopefully it gets sorted. Fingers crossed. Stuff's heavy. Well, I'll just buy all their cages. I like the fact that it's still the Baron Consort arriving. There's a bunch of giant tortoises just retracting into their shells constantly. There, okay. Forgotten Beast Robeck has come. A great eyeless Quetzal. It has a short trunk and a bloated body. Beware its websels. Where is it, those? It's as far as you can go. And it's 666 years old. Do you always do that, Rum Rusher? Just like out of habit? That's funny. But yeah, sounds like something's up with their DNS. Which is fun. At least it's not covered in dicks and Nazi symbols. Worse things have happened to the DF Wiki. Well, this is a you problem. If you managed your hydras and your entry paths into the fort better, this wouldn't be a problem. Just saying. Nimmerus. My God, so much clothing. I mean, mine got butchered by one of my two rocks several times, so I've since chained them up. We have less issue with them now. I'm still hoping that, like, the mum arrives at some point, because there is apparently a mother out there somewhere. You know, they were kind of busy. That's a lot of trade goods. Jesus Christ. Let's buy all this, buy this, buy this. Oh, they brought dwarven cheese. We shall purchase that as well. And just for the one person in chat who always insists this is important, I will buy the fish. So dwarves can have some seafood once in a while. And trade. To keep hunting invasions. You could also nerf the invasions and get up more interesting creatures. The big issue I have with invasions is it literally breaks all creature spawns. So, like, you don't get, like, jabberers or crundles if the populations are capped. I haven't been getting them on this map, but I assume that's some weirdness caused by the Mysterious Palace and the fact that this map is 7x7. Pretty good for Arajo. Yourself? Well then, the Eton Teme Taruli has come, a giant humanoid monster with 2 heads. Yeah. Ooh. Amothis Lord Talul is a copper short sword. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with giant cave toad bone and encircled with bands of giant goat bone. Interesting. Is that in your hand? Are you wielding it? It's strapped to your upper body. Okay, so me think I locketh the door. Shit. Say, dwarves aren't on the surface, are they? I really hope they're not. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pull this lever. And hope it doesn't get into the fort. Nope. I did not raise the beast spawn likelihood. This is just a very large map. So there's a % chance per tile that an event happens. And because this is a 7x7, you get an abnormally large number of them happening. Meanwhile, Zon, the fish dissector, has created a rock crystal bracelet. Oh, wow. And offers it to the head cave of clobbering. I'm actually kind of curious about this one. It's a rock crystal bracelet. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It's encrusted with round rock crystal cabochons. Okay, not as interesting as I was hoping. Let's give that to my manager, who already has fancy underwear. But let's give you this fancy bracelet. That's not actually that expensive. In fact, I've got shirts that are more expensive than that bracelet. Okay, Demon Stir. Ooh, you've got a ways to go. Actually kind of worried about this. The Eton may make it in or break a door down. Or it's just going to go beat the crap out of a bunch of tortoises. Okay, well. So it is actually wielding the sword. I'm going to let this creature fight that Forgotten Beast. I want to see who wins. I'm very curious. Shoutouts to these tortoises for saving the fortress, in a way. He's overexerted. Are you learning sword skills? Novice. Well, slowly. Okay. Let's also real quick do... Oh, decided to get a snack or something. Here comes Kiddo. Shout out to those hardworking kids. Let's see what the Eton does. Bellaris, thank you very much for the rating. Party of 8. Chat, can I get a round of beers for the rating party of 8? What were you playing today, friend? And mods, could I get a shout out for the raiders? Let's see what this Eton can do. If anything. If Beastie makes it out onto the surface, Beastie will definitely win. Hasn't moved. Playing 2 Point Museum? Well, what brings you around these parts? The Fabulous Poem. What a good name. This, Eton killed a peregrine falcon intelligent undead. Peregrine falcon woman intelligent undead. That's quite the challenge, actually. Brought a 2 Point Museum to your 2D zoo. Yeah. A long while ago. So you figured you would raid? Well, cheers, mate. Have you changed your username? I feel like I would remember somebody with a previous sub of 35 months. I guess not. Maybe my memory just isn't what it once was. Oh, I see. You used to come in from 2D Curie raids. Okay, that makes sense. You lurk a lot? Yeah, no, I was looking at your chat logs. But cheers, mate. Thank you much for the raids. We don't get those very often around here. Where the hell are you going? Buddy. What the fire truck? What? There's a frog. Oh. Okay. Hasn't had enough tortoise. But how you liking the 2 Point Museum? I played 2 Point Hospital and it just bounced off me pretty quick. It was funny for a bit, but I haven't really had the desire to play any of the others after that one. But I'm glad those games get made. I'm happy that Sega's letting them get away with it, you know? Got 11 other kills. It is training a little. I mean, it's all the way up to an adequate swordsman. I mean, it knows it's got a fireball final boss to fight. Which it could actually win against if it decides to go there. Well, it's petting them with a sword. It is literally stabbing them in the head with an artifact copper sword. So, If that's your definition of petting, then I don't want to know what your definition of hugging is. Not your idea of petting? Okay. Perhaps at some point, but a dwarf must be earned, Evan, in YouTube chat. Buddy, that's where the final boss is in the level. Why you gotta keep grinding in the overworld? This isn't Final Fantasy. Ugh. Hold on. It still is trading season. Well, on the bright side, I've sold a lot of clothing. Well, the thing is, if he waits too long, the boss might get aggroed. And if the boss gets aggroed, then... Excuse me. Then he'll just die, because, like, it'll just cover him in fire. Whoop. He just turned around, and now he's beelining towards... You get forced into a new museum and then back to the old one in a short forced progression, and it's different. I like it this time, but I hope they don't do it for all the new games. I'm trying to envision how that would work. I basically haven't watched any of the 2 Point games outside of 2 Point Hospital, and I haven't played any of them, so. What are you running after? I've got traders that have to leave the map somehow. Values peace, and by that they mean peace and quiet. And so if anything makes noise, they kill it, including the soft sound of a turtle going in and out of its shell. Oops. It'd help if I actually traded. Okay, well, final boss still sitting. I'll have you know that those tortoises are plotting murder. They're nothing but peace. They're nothing peaceful. Exactly, Vakra. Exactly. You're understanding the bit. Is shocked reliving being attacked? You attacked the thing. Apparently we are now expert rhinoceros trainers, so that's good. I was gonna say, are you going towards the Forgotten Beast yet? No. Oh, and there's vultures on the map, so that's great. Also, yes, I'm aware that I've got a lot of cavies. I haven't been able to go onto the surface in a while, and they keep breeding in my cages. Wish more people could train rhinos rather than endanger them. Oh, man. Making it real. Too many ugly unicorn haters. Do manatees exist in Dwarf Fortress? Because if they don't, somebody should make a mod that removes mer people and just replaces them with manatees and just calls them mer people. Yeah, exactly. Manatees. No manatees? Welp. Once lost a fort to a rhino, did not treat them with respect. Rip. I once lost a fortress to giant chinchillas. It was hysterical, but also infuriating. Yes, we died by adorable shinobi. It was adorable, but also not. I'm glad that everybody's just kind of unanimous in the new Discord being bleh. They've made changes in the past that I haven't hated, but should be renamed to evil. That was probably a really easy mod to do. Is that just because evil chinchilla is funny? Evil giant chinchilla? Of Doom! You could, in fact, indefinitely play a fortress, yes. It would get rather boring after a while, though. Oh, it kind of looks like it's going towards the cave entrance. But it has walked directly past it before, so... Where the hell is it going? They've embarked on their journey. Where exactly? Huh. I don't really want them to go die. Currently, they're stuck between a Forgotten Beast and an Eton. Which is not great. That's all I have to say, is it's not great. If anything, I would say it's actually kind of bad. They can leave through the caverns? Well, okay, so let's just say that there isn't a cavern that has no Forgotten Beasts in it. There isn't a cavern that has no Forgotten Beasts in it. Yeah, that is a functional English sentence. So there really isn't a safe way out of the port. I mean, like, this has Forgotten Beasts in it. This top one has Forgotten Beasts in it. The middle one has Forgotten Beasts in it. I mean, I could tell my squads to go fight this guy, but they'd still have to get past the Eton. He is made of water and shoots water, but because he's made of fire and shoots fire, but because he's covered in water, it would kind of negate his effectiveness. Which is why I'm kind of hoping the Eton will kill him for me, because that would be hilarious. But he seems very uninterested. Like chat was saying, he's grinding. He's trying to get legendary sword use before he goes through there. Really, Beck? I haven't had that problem. They haven't even become publicly traded yet. They're not supposed to inshitify until they have shareholders. The hell? I mean, they've been quietly inshitifying for a while, but... Maybe this is an attempt by the art team to make Discord suck so that they'd be evaluated as less, so they don't feel it's worth incorporating. Maybe that's what's going on. They're conditioning their users for it to be. They did that when they did that already when they added the shop and Discord Nitro. Actually, they did that to me when they got rid of the Discord partner program and stopped sending me a t-shirt once a year. Here, I'll show it to you. I mean, it's not horrible. It's still just Discord, but like, this is what Discord looks like now. And on its own, it's not that bad. The actual issue that I had was it defaulted the appearance to Onyx, which makes me blink and hurts my eyes, which is never a good sign. So, yeah. Like, I would say it's okay. It's just not great. Okay, Mr. Eton, you want to go fight the bees? Uh-oh. Well, that's a curveball. Shit. Okay, well, fuck me, I guess. Where are the migrants arriving? Over there and gonna run directly through the beast? Sure. Oh golly. Gee Molly. Welp. Yes, we have pet giant turtles amongst junk. Also, it's good to see you, man. Ads are about to pop. When the ads pop, I will pause game. Well, it's terrified while in conflict. How about you? Also terrified while in conflict. Would you look at that? This is, let's wait. You have Discord updates disabled and you still have the changes. Wow. That's interesting. Such is the terror of Chrome apps, I suppose. Oh, maybe. That also doesn't really make sense. The question is at the top right of your window, and now they rely on the OS to give the title bar, and the X and stuff is doing the themselves. Huh. I mean, my GUI has the up there, so it's fine. This game could do with a were-rabbit? There are were-hairs, though, aren't there? I'm not imagining that, am I? Pretty sure were-hairs exist, right? Right? If a were-ass exists, then were-hairs should exist. Uh-oh. Well, here comes a dwarf who's very brave and is no longer alive. And a puppy dog. We're gonna now open this up. This is about to get real hairy. Very stupid, I think, is the word you're looking for, but yet... Well, one of the dwarves is taking a nap, probably wise. Let's go fight this beast. I wanted to catch it, but It's refusing to move. Let's follow who's ever first. It's V. Go get him, Dwarf. Make us proud. As God knows how many dwarves are doing battle on the surface against the Eton. At least 2. Urvad and Ognet have both been found dead. Doratoro, what up, dude? It's good to see you, man. Well, better die scum than die potato. I mean, that's how you get pink potatoes, after all. I love how there's almost no water down here because the Forgotten Beast is evaporating it all. Uh-oh. Okay, so some of my dwarves have made it into here. There is now a dead Zon down here. There goes Morol and V. There's the Forgotten Beast, which is caught in a burst of steam. Dwarves are jumping away from it and blocking the balls of fire. Just need to hit it like once, that's all. I was attacked! How exhilarating, says the dwarf. Accurate, correct. The Mace Lord here says, has the tide turned? I laugh in the face of death after hitting the Forgotten Beast in the front leg with a Steel Morning Star and the severed part sails off in an arc. So it's missing a leg, which is there. It's its left front leg flames. Left front leg flames, yes. More balls of fire go flying. Hits nobody. Nobody looks like they're on fire yet, so that's a good thing. How exhilarating, you says. Where's the smoke? I mean, oh, well, you're bleeding. That seems bad. Because you got caught in a burst of very hot steam, probably. Is any of your clothing on fire? Yeah, I'm seeing. Okay, so the dwarves are not moving. So I'm just going to tell them to station down here where they can see. Because they can't walk through the smoke. Another piece fell off of it, I presume. Its rear foot flew off, so somebody got its foot. The Axe Lord kicks the Forgotten Beast in the rear foot with his left foot, and the severed part sails off in an arc. So you kicked it, and that removed its foot. Tentacles of dung, eh? Must have hit it again. Says the battle rages, I must press on, and says I was caught in smoke underground. That's very annoying. You literally can't see it. But its rear leg is gone. It can no longer stand. So it's missing two pretty critical body parts. And Morol the Axe Lord appears to have killed it. Unless somebody shot a bolt at it or something. What killed it? Who killed it? Seems like the Marksdwarves were fighting, so somebody must have hit it. Flying copper bolt strikes the Forgotten Beast in the upper body, breaking the tissue. I'm looking for a Marksdwarf. Did you get that shot? Hot damn, man. Look at the kill stealer. Let's call you Flame Thief for sniping that thing. It's pretty badass. It's perfectionist and is bashful. Well, I mean, you're clearly a perfectionist. You only fired one bolt. Okay, never mind. Hits it in the upper... Oh, no, you hit it in the upper leg, fracturing the bone. Okay. Then they kicked it off. You also hit it in the lower body, tearing the muscle. Struck it again in the guts, which tore it. and then struck it a final time in the rear leg, and the severed part sailed off in an arc. Where's that Eton? Huh? Somebody kill it? Got hit by a bolt? Sure, but like... Well, you punched the Eton a few times. Huh. Okay, so this... Lycott got him. So Lycott took the back door, I guess is a shortcut, and just fucking sniped it in the head. Lower body, actually. Solid aim. A+. You're now Bolter. Got a good memory. Hopefully you remember to aim that well. And did that while suffering from cave adaptation sickness. Well, ain't that great. I mean, some dwarves have been found dead, but... And they should be able to leave. And I'm going to place those statues that I made a while ago and kind of forgot about in here. Calling it for night. You have a good rest of stream and don't bully him too much. Chat bullies me an absolutely acceptable amount, I'll have you know. I am shocked that that went so smoothly. Like, seriously. I am shocked that went as smoothly as it did. We finally found Snail's body. Speaking of, apparently Snail gets a tomb. Well, ain't that grand? I thought that body fully burned. I guess not. I suppose not. Type in, hit colon to pop up DF hack, type in exterminate, press enter, and then it'll tell you the names of all the things that are on the map. Type it in exactly, it's case sensitive, and it'll exterminate that thing. And then what you should do is you should go to your settings and go to difficulty, go to custom settings, and scroll down under difficulty settings, custom settings, until you see Cavern Dweller Scale and Cavern Dweller Maximum Attackers. If you still want them, but just want them to be reasonable, set them to like 5 to 12 maximum tops. And then you'll get the occasional small flurry of them, but that's about it. I don't mind them at those numbers, but when they're just capped out, like, they are just ridiculous. Absolutely fucking ridiculous. That's how you do it. Also gonna go over here and go over to this. I found the setting. There you go. So your face is pretty in the YouTube chat. I'll have you know, it hasn't been an 8.5 hour stream. It's actually been a 9.5 hour stream because I also stream on. I start on Twitch an hour early, so I do an hour on Twitch and then I turn on the YouTube stream. So it's been quite a bit more than that actually. Sorry for the false advertising of the length of stream on YouTube, but it is a matter of fact. That child's actually been okay. I mean, if you look at the moods, you'll notice pretty quickly, Tele, that the mood's actually quite good. Things have recovered quite substantially today because I've been doing a lot of just, oh, look, a siege. Well, lock the door. Which, you know, maybe is kind of the silly way out, but I've also been trying to get boulders cleaned up amongst other things, so you know, it's been a long, hard road, but we're finally getting there. It's taking them so... Okay, no, they are literally still loading. This is how you can tell, by the way, that they're still loading stuff, is if you scroll all the way down to the bottom of their pack animals, if stuff is still appearing and this is still bouncing up, they're still loading the wagon. That's just how many items I sold them. We'll see you later, DS. Thanks for hanging out. To discern text in Vault. I don't know what you mean by that, Tele, but okay. You know, nowhere. Presuming somebody has autism is extremely fucking rude. So I'm just gonna ban you. That's all. Enjoy the shadow ban forever. See you again, never. They literally tuned in and said, "You're my favorite autistic YouTuber." I'm like, ouch. I'm also not really a YouTuber. I'm a Twitch streamer who does YouTube as a side gig. Just saying. There's some people, there's like a certain part of internet humor that has decided that that's a compliment, and it will never fully resonate with me. Especially like half my family has had to deal and help maintain and manage the life of my extremely autistic cousin. It's like, I don't know if you intend that as a joke or as a weird sideways compliment, but it's just gross, man. So that's what you call vault? Yeah, I don't know what you mean, Taylor. I've never seen the word vault before in that used in that context, so yeah, it's kind of going a little bit over my head. But yeah, when people ask why I don't read the YouTube chat as much, that's one of the reasons. It's because if you actually like allow anybody to comment, you get tons of comments like that. It's like people complain about Twitch's moderation, and trust me, it's far from perfect. But like, you don't generally get that kind of thing just at random all the time. Whereas on YouTube, you just kind of do. It sucks. It's not as bad as other websites, but it's pretty bad. Well, I'm glad your kid is. I'm glad your kid is doing well. But I am not on the spectrum, so you saying 2 there makes me squint at you now. Are you the same person? It's hard to say. It makes me wonder. Word, Stone. Word. All right, well. That's kind of how it came out, but. It's all good, mate. Let's just toss in those extra ones. How are we doing? Seems like we're all caught up. Makes it look like a true sty. It does, I mean, you know, having seen rhino pens before, they tend to have a lot of mud. So yeah, no, that is actually mud. Because this was all rock floor. And I, what's the word? Filled this whole area up with mud so that it would grow stuff that wasn't just rock. And this was about 50-50 rock and sand, as you can see here. Well, moss. So I filled it up with water too. Basically just to make stuff grow. Ah, I getcha. So basically when you're working, is what you're saying, Taylor. That makes a lot more sense than in vault. I love how there is stuff that needs to be planted, but the dwarves aren't doing it purely because there's just too many other jobs that need doing. Okay, well, you're going to starve to death eventually, but... Yeah, no, I was like, why are you locked in a vault? This isn't Fallout. Makes me think that you work in a bank vault, which could be accurate, actually. Of course, Stone. And that's why we like you. What's the goal of this fort? I am trying to enslave 50 forgotten beasts, maybe more, and then turn them into fodder to fight hell. And also maybe defeat hell while we're at it. It's been a while since I've had a very grandiose end goal, so kind of going for it with this one. You just heard it, Garfield, I think? Gritin, hello? The next patch, whatever that is. I'm looking forward to Tarn finishing up the villain stuff. But that won't be till after the siege modifications and whatnot. And the building patch for adventure mode. The reason I'm looking forward to that is that was a update that I was looking forward to back in 2019 when he was originally working on it. That was then put on hold indefinitely so that the Steam version could be worked on. So I'm looking forward to that. But that's mostly it at this point. You have to agitate the caverns. So you know how, like, if you're playing in an untamed wilds biome and you're messing around on the surface, you get attacked by giant animals? The caverns work the exact same way. So the more stuff you're doing in the caverns, the more you attract forgotten beasts just by default. But on top of that, the size of your map matters. So the bigger the map, the more forgotten beasts you'll get. And they do actually need to walk into your line of sight for you to detect them. So if you have, like, a lot of cavern invaders on the map and you don't have the whole cavern exposed, they could be appearing on the map and dying to cavern invaders, because cavern invaders can actually pretty quickly kill them in a lot of cases, before you even see them. Another reason I disable cavern invaders. I mean, villains is half done, right? Like, villains is the stuff that lets dudes steal your stuff. It's was the captain of the guard rework that added in the Dungeon Master and the, what's the other one? Hammerer, as well as the Justice System rework, which is in, but not all the features are active. Basically, like, endgame for villains will allow us to, will allow things like goblins to infiltrate your fortress, or Tarn's talked about this, and then suddenly you become part of a different civ because you're the dwarves that have been converted to goblinisms then pull off a successful coup. That kind of thing. And I want to see that because that sounds interesting. But admittedly, you know, it was the patch that was put on hold, and so that's on the, according to the current roadmap, it's not the next thing, it's the thing after. It's a bunch of stuff that's, like, currently in Legends. Because, like, one of the ways that Dwarf Fortress's development historically has worked is, like, Tarn will add something to Legends mode, so you'll read about it happening, and then 6 months to 5 years later, it'll end up a feature in Fortress and Adventure mode. And two things that have been around for a really long time is religious persecution, where, like, whole groups of dwarves get expelled from factions because they worship a certain god or religion. And assassinations and coups. So, like, fortresses, hillixes, goblin pits, elven retreats, human towns flipping sides to a different faction because of a successful coup. Like, an assassination happens, a leader gets killed, and then an uprising happens and it changes factions. I want to see that stuff manifest into the game itself and just more overworld stuff. Like, that's kind of the point that I'm looking forward to. That doesn't mean that I'm not looking forward to, like, siege updates, because, like, that'll be fun. Never gonna complain about that. Like, better catapults, or, like, the other stuff Tarn has talked about, like enemies building camps on your map sounds cool. Goblins being able to dig, like the enemies being able to be more effective at actually getting into your fort. All that sounds great, and I'm looking forward to that. However, I don't super care about it in the long term. The stuff that I'm more interested in the long term is the overworld mechanics stuff. Glad to catch the stream at work. There you go. So those sprites are in the game, but I don't know. I think it's just time and priorities is probably the actual answer to that question, Junk. You didn't know that there was a roadmap? You just got back into Dwarf Fortress a few days ago? Here, I'll give a link to the roadmap. I'm just scrolling until I find it. Yeah, it's under the February 12th update, which is right here. So it's like, this is the actual patch notes for that update, and then it's like the next thing that they're working on, the next few updates, better sieges with these changes. I made a video about this. After that, Site building in adventure mode is after Better Sieges. Wow, I lost it. Site building in adventure mode is after Sieges. Hopefully they actually add stuff to it. And then working on what was previously referred to as the map update, or part of the map update, but not the full thing. So basically better world gen variety and updating the world gen stuff, and then returning to systems, which is like what I'm really looking forward to. But if I was a betting person, we'll get this stuff this year, and then this will be next year. That's my expectation, but we'll see. That being said, they actually have been, with the exception of this month, they've actually been patching the game twice a month since February. With the exception of this month, because, or actually since January. With the exception of this month, because of this little finicky thing. Sorry, what? Oh, there's this child snatcher. That's not because of this little finicky thing called GDC. Now that GDC is over, hopefully we can get back onto that track, because I've been enjoying that. Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, there's been eras that I've played Dwarf Fortress where Dwarf Fortress updates every couple weeks. Good evening, Twizzler. Got a pause game. Because, like, you know, Tarn has talked about this before in my interviews, but, like, making UI elements takes forever because it requires pretty heavy rewriting. Wait, what? How long has that been there? Who brought that? Who brought that to the fort? What the fuck? Okay. Anyway, because it requires some pretty heavy code rewriting. Whereas, adding features to the game is just stacking new systems on top of old systems. Rewriting old systems takes a lot longer than adding in new systems, if that makes any sense. Especially because Tarn's just like quietly prototyping all that stuff and could probably just slot a lot of it just into game. It's okay, they can't read slabs, so. Yeah, Dwarf Fortress was kind of like this weird flip-floppy thing amongst junk where, like, you would get a flurry of updates in a pretty short period of time and then no updates for, like, a year? I am not going to retire and unretire. No, thank you. That would, like, wreck the sport because of all the forgotten beasts. They'd all be everywhere. All the beasts would be somewhere else. All right. Let's see what this tutor does. How's your day been, Twizzler? Busy, busy. As you doozy. I think you broke Radu a little bit last night. Dude's gonna have to spend like 8 hours putting beads in his beard after you. Alright, so I guess this thief is just gonna run away now. Send these guys back to training. I will actually just close this door. It's gonna be pretty good. I mean, kind of feel for him, but I don't disagree with the statement. My God, there's so many boulders. Yeah, I wonder I know they've said that it's going to be more aesthetic biome variants and stuff like that. And, like, I presume that that also would include the additions made to, what's the word? I would presume that that would also include additions made to, like, world gen areas. So, like human towns and world gen forts, etc. I would presume those two things would be linked, but that's a assumption. Not really basing that in anything. I'm just wishful thinking. I will say, if you unretire a fortress and the liquids get wrecked, quit without saving and then unretire it again. I'll hover over my wealth. Do that several times, because I've definitely had embarks where no liquids are misplaced. It seems to be kind of like a coin flip. I mean, there's already been a lot of maintenance and TLC done to the unretiring stuff. Like, items are no longer scattered on unretire, only reclaiming an abandoned fort scatters items now, which is pretty good. Like, that in and of itself is a pretty great change. So, like, I don't know. I think that that's something that's like actively a work in progress. I mean, it's not perfect, but like, it is something that is improving slowly. Which honestly, like, that's all I ever really ask for, is just that stuff improves slowly, but steadily. Well, hopefully tomorrow we can get all this boulder field cleared, because that's all I gotta say is, oof. There's so many, man. There's so many. Just look at all these boulders. Look at all of these boulders. It's just absolutely ridiculous. Containers don't get deconstructed on unretire, only on the reclaim of a unabandoned fortress. At least they didn't the last time I unretired a fort. Maybe there's something that can cause that to happen, but it didn't happen the last time I did it. So not in my experience. But chat room, we've been live for almost 10 hours. Today's been an exciting day, although it's been a very much a recovery day for the fort. Moods are great. Corpse Man has stopped, like, tantruming, which is wild, even though he's still haggard. So, I mean, the killer of 6 is no longer tantruming, which is great. I think it's time for me to call it, chat. We will be live tomorrow, normal time. But please don't run away, because we are going to go raid somebody. We will be